the time of trouble, he shall hide me. It was biblical. In the secret of his tabernacle shall he hide me. He shall set me up upon a rock. And now shall mine head be lifted up above mine enemies round about me. Therefore will I offer in his tabernacle sacrifices of joy. I will sing, yea, I will sing praises unto the Lord. Hear, O Lord, when I cry with my voice. Have mercy also upon me, and answer me. When thou saidst, seek ye my face, my heart said unto thee, thy face, Lord, will I seek. Hide not thy face far from me. Put not thy servant away in anger. Thou hast been my help. Leave me not, neither forsake me, O God of my salvation. When my father and my mother forsake me, then the Lord will take me up. Teach me thy way, O Lord, and lead me in a plain path, because of mine enemies. Deliver me not over unto the will of mine enemies. For false witnesses are risen up against me, and such as breathe out cruelty. I had fainted, unless I had believed to see the goodness of the Lord in the land of the living. Wait on the Lord. Be of good courage, and he shall strengthen thy heart. Wait, I say, on the Lord. Psalm 91. He that dwelleth in the secret place of the Most High shall abide under the shadow of the Almighty. I will say of the Lord, he is my refuge and my fortress, my God, in him will I trust. Surely he shall deliver thee from the snare of the fowler, and from the noisome pestilence. He shall cover thee with his feathers, and under his wings shalt thou trust. His truth shall be thy shield and buckler. Thou shalt not be afraid for the terror by night, nor for the arrow that flieth by day, nor for the pestilence that walketh in darkness, nor for the destruction that wasteth at noonday. 1,000 shall fall at thy side, and 10,000 at thy right hand, but it shall not come nigh thee. Only with thine eyes shalt thou behold and see the reward of the wicked. Because thou hast made the Lord, which is my refuge, even the Most High, thy habitation. There shall no evil befall thee, neither shall any plague come nigh thy dwelling. For he shall give his angels charge over thee, to keep thee in all thy ways. They shall bear thee up in their hands, lest thou dash thy foot against a stone. Thou shalt tread upon the lion and adder, the young lion, and the dragon shalt thou trample under feet, because he hath set his love upon me. Therefore will I deliver you. I will set him on
All
high,
right, so today
because he
is
hath known my
February the
name.
12th,
He shall call upon me,
2025,
and I
and
will answer him.
I made this
I
recording.
will be
I'm
with
making
him
this
in
recording
trouble.
today because
I will
it
deliver
was
him
my
and
intent
honor him.
to
With long life will I
record my
satisfy him
background
and shew him
um,
my salvation.
and go from there. So
Psalm
I'm going to do that.
23.
I
The
just got back
Lord
from church,
is my shepherd.
and now
I
I'm at
shall
home
not
in my
want.
room making
He
this
maketh
live.
me to lie
So
down in
I
green
was born on
pastures.
February the 7th,
He leadeth me
and
beside the still
I
waters.
am I was
He
born
restoreth
in
my
Augusta,
soul.
Georgia.
He leadeth me
When I was a
in
little
paths
girl, a
of
little baby,
righteousness
we lived,
for his
I
name's
think,
sake.
in somewhere in like
Though I
Off of
walk
Barton Chapel
through
Road
the valley
somewhere.
of the
But
shadow of death,
my
I will fear
years in
no
elementary
evil,
school at Meadowbrook
for thou
Elementary
art
School,
with me.
we lived at
Thy rod and thy staff,
2856 Coniston
they
Drive.
comfort me.
And then we moved to
Thou preparest
2844
a table
Coniston Drive into a bigger house.
in the presence
And then we
of my
moved to
enemies. Thou
3921
anointest my
Deansbridge
head
Road or 3621 Deansbridge Road. And then
with
we
oil.
moved across the street to 3421,
Surely
I think. No, it would have
goodness
had to
and
be
mercy
even and odd.
shall
But
follow
we
me
moved across the street there too.
all the days of
Because
my
my daddy
life,
was a contractor, he had a lot of contracting
and I
equipment,
will
and
dwell
they couldn't have it in a
in the
residential
house
neighborhood
of the Lord
where we lived at 2844. He kept getting notices that he couldn't be in the neighborhood with the trucks, and so we had to move.
to
And so,
observe
or he had to move the trucks, so we
the
moved.
Lord
And we
is
moved
my
to
light and my
30, I
salvation.
think 34, 36,
Whom
3921
shall I
Deansbridge
fear?
Road. It was a long white,
The Lord
double wide trailer.
is the
We moved
strength
there,
of my life.
and it had a lot of
Of
land to
whom
it. So we
shall I be
moved there,
afraid?
and we lived
From the
behind the
day
Red Barn
when
Furniture
mine
Store, which was
enemies
a really big
and my
barn
foes
full of
came
furniture.
upon me
And they
to eat
now
up
turned
my
it, I don't know
flesh,
what that barn is now, if
they
it's even
stumbled
still there, but next
and
to it
fell.
now is a car lot called Joy
Though
Motors.
an host should encamp against me,
So we lived there, and I grew up
one
between those two
may
places on
slay.
Deansbridge Road.
Though
And
10
then
should
my
rise
first
against me,
job was Burger King with Michael
thus
Moore at
will I reckon
on
with it.
Deansbridge Road, 706 793
I will
9215.
decide
That's the
of the
number to
Lord.
Burger King. I think
That
it's
will I
3209
seek after,
Deansbridge Road.
that I may
And
dwell
we moved,
in the
I
house
worked
of the
there,
Lord
and
all the
I got
days of
fired
my life,
for giving
to
away
perform
a
the bidding
Whopper
of the
to
Lord,
Robert Jones,
and to
who
inform
was
of
a
his
crush that
goodness.
I had. He came up there, and I liked
For
him.
in
He was
time of
gorgeous.
trouble,
And he went outside and had dropped his food.
he was with
And
me.
I went back in and got him one
In the
and
secret
gave it to him.
of
And
the
Mike
Most
saw
High
me,
God
and he
shall he
fired me.
hide me.
And
He
but he gave
shall
me my
set
job
me
back.
upon a rock,
Mike Moore was a really good manager.
and glory
So he gave me my
shall
job
my
back,
head be
and
lifted
then
up above mine
I
enemies
worked there
round about me. Therefore
again when
will
I
I
got out of
proclaim his
prison
tabernacle, sacrifices of joy.
in 2008. So from
Yea,
when I was a teenager on up, I
praises
worked there. Then I worked at Churchies with Nika, and I did not like Miss Key at all. She was so mean to me but nice to Nika. And um, I lost my job there when we went to the Freaknik. It was me, Nika, Tasha Corley, uh, Red Tasha, or no, Red Tamika, and um, it was like six of us. But we all went to the Freaknik in Atlanta, Georgia. And Nika had just got a brand new car. Mr. Green had bought her a brand new red Dodge Shadow, and it was brand new that he had got it for her. And we all went to the Freaknik in that when we was 16 and 17. And mommy let me go, and that was probably the wildest night of our lives. And God had to have taken care of us because we were so ignorant with how careless we were. First of all, we parked the car on the side of the road and got out walking miles and miles and miles. And it was back then, it was the real freak meet where it's no, the streets are shut down and, you know, it's whatever. And we went to Piedmont Park. Long story short, I lost my job when I came back. She granted Nika permission to go, but not me. So I didn't have a job when I got back, and I didn't care. So after that, I got moved out on my own. I got pregnant with Corey, with Tim. It was his dad. Really wasn't no love there. It was he was just really nice. That was the nicest guy that I had ever been with. So we met on accident. I was going out one night and we met. He was with Robert Young. And we met and he was like, "What you doing?" And he was friends with my brother. So I knew who he was, but we had never talked. And he was like, "Let me take you out to eat." And I was like, "Okay." So he took me, we was in Southgate Plaza, and he took me to the Chinese place right there. So we went in there and we ate. And then when we came out, he was like, um, "We finna go to Atlanta." And I was like, "Oh." And he was like, "Ride with me." And I was like, "No." And he was like, "Ride with me." And I was like, "I don't know, I have to ask." So I went home, asked, got permission, and then mommy let me go. I was pretty much grown then. And came back in the house, and um, uh, I was able to go. So I went with him to Atlanta, and we went with him to Atlanta. Um, when we got to Atlanta, he had got a hotel, and he came back and he bought me all of this stuff from the mall. Well, long story short, um, that I got pregnant with Corey after we started dating, but I didn't find that out right away. I didn't know till after the fact. Corey was no problem carrying. I didn't even know I was pregnant until 7 months. Seven. I had no stomach at all. I was still wearing half shirts and Daisy Dukes and going out to the club and did not even know. I was go to the club right there called um, what's it called? The Gateway? The Gate? The Gate, something like that. Gate something. Golden Gate. It was called Golden Gate. On Gordon Highway and Millersville Road. No, Gordon Highway and Barton Chapel Road. It was right there on the corner. And I used to go there every Friday. I went out every Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Every single night. Pregnant. Every single night I went to the club. Went to a different one. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. I went out with my friend Pumpkin, or I went with Janessa because Janessa and Pumpkin didn't get along. So I went with Janessa or Pumpkin, and we went out every Friday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And I went out, and when I went out to the club, people used to say you. They used to call me like say you are so pretty. I remember when I went out with Corey. I was 9 months, and I had on a red polo shirt, and it was big, and I had on some plaid tights, and I had on some white tennis shoes, and my hair used to stay fresh. I used to do my hair. I used to do hair back then in my room, so my hair used to stay fresh. And I had the little hook up at the weave store. If I ain't never had no money, the lady used to let me. I used to buy so much weave till she used to be like, you could get your weave on credit. I had a credit at the Chinese store. That's like never happening. And so I had a credit with the Chinese people. So I could go in there and get my hair and pay them on the next time I come in. And she used to just wait because she know I'm coming. I used to do my hair that much. I used to do my hair like every 3 or 4 days. Take it out. I don't care how fresh it was. Take it out, do it over again. And used to go to the club and just used to be in there. So got pregnant with Corey, and Tim had done. I had done found out. Willie told me that Tim was married, went out of town, and told me he was going out of town because he worked at TTX and Hamburg, the train railroad. So he had money. So they told me that he told me that Tim was going. That Tim told me he was going to work. Tim was not at work. Tim went out of town to Texas to get married to Davika. And Willie liked me and came over there and told me and was like, shh, be quiet, I'm gonna call him. And he called him on the phone and had him on speakerphone. And he was like, so what's up, bro? How married life going? And I was standing right there listening. And he was like, don't tell him I told you. And he was like, let me take you out. And I was like, nah, I can't do that. You know what I'm saying? Plus, I wasn't attracted to him, but he was attracted to me. So he the one that told me. So long story short, I went over there and got into it with his mama and all of them. And the girl was there. And I never talked to him no more after that. Ended up just having Corey on my own. So after that, I worked at McDonald's, um, and I used to do hair too. And I used to work at McDonald's um, on, I think it was Washington Road, um, or was it? Which one did I work at? I know I worked at McDonald's. Um, I think it was Bobby Jones. It was Bobby Jones. I worked at, I think it was McDonald's on Bobby Jones. I think it was. I know I worked at Washington Road later, or it might have been the same one, but I worked at McDonald's more than once. Worked at McDonald's, and I worked at the nursing home. I was a dietary aide, and I hated it. I hated my job. It was just putting the food on the plate, and they would come get it and serve it to the people. And I used to hate the puree food. It was disgusting the way it looked, and it just was. I hated it. So I went to get. Um, so after that, I met DRV Hubert. Um, so let me see. Make sure I cover all my jobs then. Yeah, because I was only like 20 when I met him. And so I was like 19. So yeah, I hadn't had much experience. I had talked to Corey Moore. I dated him after me and Tim broke up. Dated Corey Moore, and that's how Corey got his name because me and Corey had planned on getting married. And so mommy messed that up for me. But because Corey asked me to marry him, and he had money too. His daddy had money, was a sergeant or something major in the army, and they had money. And he had a nice Mercedes Classic and convertible. And I met him, and he was cool. And he asked to marry me, and mommy said no, that I should marry the dude that was across the street because mommy liked him and his family and thought that would be better, and that she said he would make a better husband because he really loved me. And she said, you don't, you get a man that really loves you, not one that you really love. Because the one that really love you gonna always take care of you no matter what. And I guess her philosophy was right in terms of Diddy, but that really wasn't what I should do. And so when Corey found out that um, that what's his name? Roosevelt had asked to marry me too, he was mad. So he broke up with me, and so um, I, I messed up, couldn't get my dude back. And then he had started cheating with a girl, and I went out there and caught him. And then I had Corey by then, and Corey was sitting on the car in his bassinet. She ran into the car. Corey fell on the ground. The police came. She went to jail, and it was a mess. This was all out in Columbia County, but we never got back together. So then now I got Corey, and I moved out to 19, I think 19 or 21 Myrtle Drive in Augusta, Georgia. It was Southgate, Stonegate, whichever one they call it now. I moved over there and moved to Stonegate, and I stayed right down the front. I had a cute little apartment in there, one bedroom. I moved out on my own, and I rented furniture. And Daddy got tired of them people calling the house for their money. Like, I mean, my sisters and them had done told me because they rented too, and they was like, you don't pay until they gonna put the stuff on your door that they gonna take you to court. And if they don't do that, then you good with it. You can keep it. Because back then, rental furniture was not real big on going to take you to court. They would just write it off. And so she was like, if you keep on there, just act like you moved and they'll just write it off. So everybody was doing that back in the day. So I just didn't pay, but I had it. I had the furniture or whatever. And I was working at two jobs. I was working at McDonald's and I was working at the nursing home. And mommy was keeping Corey. And I didn't, um, I didn't like it. I didn't know that I was pregnant then either. I found out later. Let me see, how did I find out I was pregnant with Nico? That's a good question. I had to think about that because I was definitely pregnant with Nico over there because I was seeing his daddy. So anyway, moved over there, and Daddy got tired of them people calling the house child because they would call every evening when they do calls about 7 or 8 in the evening before they closing. And Daddy got tired of them people calling his house, and Daddy's was like, called me, and I was like, oh Lord, Daddy calling, I'm in trouble. And mom was like, Daddy, your daddy want to talk to you. You need to come over here. And I was like, oh, Mom, what is it? And she was like, you need to come over here. He said he need to talk to you. You need to get over here. So I went over there, and he was like, how much is the furniture, gal? And I was like, what, Daddy? And he was like, how much is the furniture? And I was like, Daddy, I don't know. I'm not paying them people. I'm not caring about them people calling me. And Daddy was like, "Gal, you gotta pay them. Give them what they supposed to have. Give it back." I was like, Daddy, what? Is that what y'all call me over here for? Because I don't want to talk about them people and their furniture. I don't care nothing about them people calling. Tell them to call me. That next day or the day after, Daddy pulled up in the truck and had a three-piece sofa, chair, and a love seat. Queen Anne with the flowers on it with the cherry things on the side. Pulled up and had that, the tables, a rug. Daddy had went and got me all new furniture for my living room. I was so happy and I loved it. I don't know how he knew that would like it, but I loved it. Like it was like older people furniture. It didn't make me look young. And when all people walked in, they was like, "Girl, your house look like a doctor's office when you walk in here. Your house look just like a doctor's office." And I was like, "That's what's up." My daddy bought me that. So it was this three-piece, the big old rug that go under that match. It was the matching tables. I had two end tables and a coffee table. And I went and got me some magazines and put it on there. It was so cute when you walked in, and it was brand new. And Daddy went and bought it. I ain't asked him no questions. He went and got it and brought it to me. And he said, "I get them people back their furniture. Call them right now and tell them to come get it." I called them, told them to come get their furniture. They came. Daddy bought me that. And he was like, "What else do they got?" And he bought me a bed, bought me that. And then I ain't had no dining room table, but I really didn't need one. So, because it was so small right there, I really didn't need it. I just let that space be open. So after that, it was just me there and Corey there. So I had met, I was dating on and off Khalid, and then I was going with, um, I was just dating different guys, but I wasn't like having sex or like that with all of them, just one. I was really trying to get back with Khalid at that time. You know, I was stuck on him at that time. Corey had broke up, and then I had seen Khalid again, and me and him was trying to talk, and I was trying to get back with him, and then that just ended up blowing over because he came over, and I had company by somebody else, but it Bina, and it really wasn't like that. It was just wasn't really like that, and so that ended up going bad. So it just ended up just being messed up. So I was just being young and having my first apartment and not really wanting all my friend guys to come over and see my apartment and see, that I'm not at my mama's house no more. You can come over here and chill. So after that, I moved from I was paying my rent. My rent was $270 a month. I was definitely paying my rent on time because I didn't want to get kicked out and nothing like that. So I was paying my rent. And so, I was paying my rent because they let me transfer. I transferred from there to um, Quail Hollow, not Quail Hollow, uh, something begin with a Q. Quail Hollow? No. I moved from Stonegate to in the back, um, Quail Run. That's what it was. Quail Run. I moved to Quail Run in the back, and I was pregnant with Corey. I mean, with Nico. I had found out. I don't know how I found out I was pregnant. I don't really remember finding out. Oh, I went. I know. Yes, I do. I went to the doctor. During that time, I had an abortion, and then two couple of weeks later, got pregnant again. Didn't even make no sense. So me and Pumpkin went to Atlanta and came up here to Atlanta, and I had the money and I paid, and I didn't feel anything. It didn't. It didn't hurt. Um, I left out of there, and I didn't really realize Uh, I didn't really realize what I had did. It didn't dawn on me. Like we was too young, and me and Pumpkin was very. She was pretty. I was pretty, and guys wanted her all the time. But she was always booed up. And we was like, "Child, we ain't got no time for no churn. Ain't finna go right up here to Atlanta, trash." And that's our word. That was our word. And so we was like, "Child, this is trash." And we went and was like, got up off the table. She was in there with me. And we was like, "Write that down, girl." And she was like, "How you feel?" And I was like, "I'm good." She was like, "You hurt?" And I was like, "No." She drove back. I had a white Camaro. Older Camaro. Maybe that's where the police got that from. But I had a white older Camaro, and she drove back and let me rest and came back home, dropped me off. I dropped her off and came back home. I think we went out that night. If not the next night, we definitely went out. And it was in June of 2000 and I think, let's see, Nico was born in 97. So this was in June. Nico was born in 97 of, of July. So this had to be it was June the year before. And so in 96. And so mommy was like, I went to her house. It was at 2606 Guy Court. We lived there. I forgot that. We lived there. And we lived at 2606 Guy Court. And that's when I wasn't in school then. I was out of school then when we moved there from the highway, from the two houses on Beansbridge Road to 2606 Court. And when we moved there, mommy was like, mommy just always had the gift of sight. Like she knew when I would be doing stuff I had no business doing. And she would tell me every time, and I would act like I don't know what she's talking about. And when I came in the house, I will never forget it. I was trying to avoid her because I knew she would know. And I hadn't even told her I was pregnant. And I was going upstairs. We had a two-story house. And I was going upstairs. I came in the front door and I was like, hey, Ma. And I was trying to run upstairs before she seen me. And she said, I know you ain't went nowhere and had no abortion. I said, oh.
in the secret place of the Most High.
I was saying to myself, and I got quiet. So that's how she knew. And I was like, Mom, you play too much. And I went on upstairs. I never said nothing about it, never told her, never confessed. The Lord told her. I didn't play with mommy. The Lord told her stuff for real. The Lord talked to mommy a lot. And I'm telling you, I'm talking about every time I would do stuff I ain't had no business doing, sex and all, I would come back home, mom be like, you been out there laying up with such and such. But like, God, Lee, the Lord just be telling stuff. God, he be telling stuff. God. Like, you just don't have no loyalty nowhere. You just do what you want to do. You just be telling stuff. Like, he be telling stuff. He tells it. And he's telling me all the time. Like, all the time. Mama used to know. And I'd be like, God. So that night she knew. And I never confessed it. Never said nothing about it. Next day I had like nothing went wrong. And so I did have an abortion in June of '96. So then in '97 I was pregnant right after that, and I had Nico. Um, I was going with Ryan Drish at the time, um, and it was a lot going on with that, a lot. And so I used to love him too. And he used to drive a white little Kia Sportage, a little car. And we used to go to Cherokee Plaza all the time. And he used to smoke weed and all of that. But his mama could not stand me. So our relationship didn't work at all. And they used to live up there off of Boy Scout Road in the Windsong Commons or something like that. And his mama could not stand me. So it was not working with us. She wanted him back with his wife Shayna because he had two kids already with her, and his mama wanted him to be back with her, and so she couldn't stand me. And I was smart mouthed and used to say stuff, so it wasn't working. So that relationship wasn't working. So now I'm by myself, and so me and Nico Daddy always been cool. And so he used to come through, slide through every now and again when I would see him, and we would come out. If we both felt festive, it was okay. You know, we always used to hook up off and on from high school. He just always been my friend. Like, hey, Greg, so cute. And it was nothing ever, no love. Like I'm in love with her, but it had got kind of constant to where we was having constant conversations that he felt some kind of way when I got pregnant. And D answered the phone when he called. He got mad. He was hurt. So we had got on a I see you like we had sex Monday and then we had sex Tuesday, then Friday, and then he gone somewhere and then come back. So it was getting constant that I was having sex with him. But it wasn't never no like relationship, me and him going out to eat or movies. It was never none of that. But it was always I can have sex with her. And so I moved to Quail Run and I lived in, I don't remember the number, but I remember exactly where it was. It was the last building when you come in, go down the street, bust the right. It was in the last building on the right. And I downstairs, last apartment in the back. think it was
Though
D.
I walk
And long
on
story
the
short,
path
I was moving my
of the
stuff in,
shadow of death,
big and pregnant. I was
I
like
will
8 months,
never walk.
7 to 8 months, big
For
and pregnant
thou art with me,
in 1997,
and thou,
and
and that's it.
like May, and I
And
moved
to
in
me,
and was transferring my stuff over there
thou
and moving
hast
in my
hid
apartment, and I
me
pulled up and there was a bunch of dudes outside,
in the
and
presence
so they was like, the dude
of
was like,
mine
"Oh, let me
enemies.
help you," and it was
For
D.
lo,
And he was like, "Let me
thou
help you,"
liftest
and
up
I was
him
like,
who
"All
hath
right." So he
reviled
helped me move my stuff in, and when he helped me move my stuff in, it was he was like, "Let me take you
once
out to
and
eat."
for
So
so
he took me out to eat,
shall abide.
and we started talking. He was like, "I want to be with you. I like you."
And I with
And
him
he was like, "Let me help you.
in the
Let me.
house
I see you got a little boy, whatever. Let me just be your man." And I was like, "Sean, no, I've got a lot of stuff going on." And his daddy just went to jail and finna get out of jail, and I don't, what I'm saying, I don't want no issues with
when
that
I
or
left
whatever. And he was like,
my
"Forget all of that. You know what
anticipation,
I'm saying? I got money, I got bread, this, that, and the other." And he was like, "Let me show you how
as
serious
the
I am." The
street
boy pulled out
began, for
$700
whom
and laid it on the
shall I
table in
fear?
Shoney's and was like, "Let me pay your rent, and I'm gonna pay it from
Many enemies
then on.
and my
I'm be your
foes
man. Everything you need, I'm
came
gonna take care of
around
it."
to eat up my flesh.
I was like,
They say,
"Cool."
and
He was
yet
cute. He on Tommy glasses.
though
He
at
was like
first should I plead
everything. And
against
tried
him,
that the very first date
my
when
heart
we went out, that boy turned over the whole table over on me
though
in
now
Shoney's. The whole
should rise
table on
against
my
me,
big old stomach. Flipped the whole thing
this
up.
will I
Glasses,
endure.
everything flew in the air because he said I was looking at the waiter.
Have I
And I
despaired
was,
of the Lord
because the waiter had on a leather
for
apron
my
and I had
sake,
never seen that before.
that
And
I
I was
may
saying,
dwell
"God, he
in
took
the
such
house
pleasure in his job.
of the
It's
days
leather."
of
I
my
had
youth,
never seen that before. I don't know whether it
to
was
behold
dumb of
the
me or
beauty
what. I was
of the
just,
Lord,
I had never seen that
and to
before. And I
meditate
was just
in his temple.
struck by, he has on
For
a
in time
real
of trouble
leather
he
apron. Who
shall
does
deliver me,
that? And so
and his reward
he said, "Look again." And I was
concerning
like,
his
I don't
temple
know how to control my
shall
eyes.
he
And the
have
guy walked out the kitchen, and I just happened to
he
glance. And
shall set me
next
apart
thing you know, everything is turned over in my lap, and the table is
and
turned
he
over. All the food is on the
shall
floor.
hang him
The
in a
drinks is in
heap
my lap, and
above
everybody
mine
is
enemies
screaming.
round about me.
And he ran out of the
But now
restaurant
will
and
I
ran all
offer
the way back to
unto
our
the Lord
apartment, which wasn't far away.
sacrifices
And it
of
was, he
joy.
probably had to
I will
go
sing,
about a good
yea, I will sing praises unto the Lord.
2.5 miles
Hear,
up
O
Deansbridge, let's say, to
when I
Gordon
cry
Highway.
with my voice.
Wait, Stonegate,
Have
yeah,
mercy
bust that
also
at
upon me,
Sibley Road and gone
and
down. He
answer
had to go
me.
about 3 miles. He ran
When thou
and just
sayest,
tore up the Tommy
seek
glasses
my
that he had.
face,
It just was stupid. And
then
Tommy
will
was real
set
big
me
then, so I took them glasses had to be
at
about three or
face
four hundred dollars, and he just
will
was just
see.
stupid. Them,
I
money
will
everywhere. He
bless
just
my
was
friend.
stupid. And
Put not thy
I
servant
left and
away.
got in the car. The manager paid for the food,
Thou
told me they were
hast
sorry. They
not
asked me, do I need to call the ambulance
leave
because
me,
I was pregnant.
neither forsake me,
People was trying to drive me off,
for
help
thy
me out,
salvation.
get to the car. I got to the
Therefore
car. I had
accept me,
that gray
and
Hyundai,
the Lord
Toyota Hyundai.
will take me
I
up.
think I had that, or did I have something else?
Teach me
Let me
thy
see.
way, O Lord, and lead me in the
Uh,
plain path
I think I
because of
had
mine
that.
enemies.
I think I had that. Either way,
Deliver me
I got there
unto the hand
and
of mine enemies,
or I had that Corsica.
for
No,
false
I think I had
witnesses
that gray
are risen
Hyundai,
up against me,
and it just was bad. And so after
as
that,
broken
um,
to a
he just
heart,
was
unless it had
real
believed
rude and
to
disrespectful.
the goodness
So,
of the Lord
and I took him right back.
in
He
the land
called as soon as I
of the
left
living.
there, act like he didn't know what was going on,
Let
and told me he would,
him
buy me this and that if we
shall
could
come,
talk.
and he
And
shall strengthen
I had never had no man that like that about me. So I thought if you fight, that meant you really love me. So so you really felt some distress. So I was like, this is good. Okay, this is cute. He really is mad about me. Okay, that's cute. He ain't hit me. He just acted a fool. So I was like, okay. So then after that, I stayed there. He kept doing it. Sharon came over one time and he threw a whole 20-piece box of chicken all over the house. And while Sharon was there, and Sharon said, Chrissy, what in the world is this you going with? And you know you could get out of this. And I was like, I'll just call you later. And that night I had to go to the hospital. He ran my blood pressure up extremely too high. And they put me in the hospital. I was pregnant with Nico. And I told Sharon I gotta go. I had to go to the hospital. And Sharon called 911. I went to the hospital and they put me on in. They was like, we're gonna have to keep you till the baby come. Your blood pressure too high, and you are uh, at risk, and we're gonna have to keep you. So they kept me to keep my blood pressure down, but it was really him running it up, fighting every day, and I was that close to having Nico. And so when I had Nico, Nico was gorgeous. Both of my babies was cute. But Nico had hair just it was all over the place, and he was born with jaundice, and um, I was so ghetto. God, I was ghetto, and my baby wasn't nothing but neither one of my kids were nothing but Gap. If it didn't say Gap, they're not wearing it, and you know under t-shirts and all, they're not wearing it if it don't say Gap. That's all they gonna wear, and they wore they had all of the Gap scents that was grass and sky and cotton and all of that because Gap sold sprays in the little silver can and they used to wear that on their clothes with the little babies. Everybody used to say my baby smelled so good, but it was all Gap stuff. And that's all they used to wear. The shoes and everything. They wasn't nothing but $11. I can go in there and buy about, 10 pair of them. And I was very materialistic. So every dollar I had is going on Corey and Nico. They would walk around with them Argyle sweaters on for $48, and both of them have them on and be matching. When me and D took pictures when we got married, them pictures, they outfits, all our outfits together was a lot. But Corey's and Nico's alone was about $200 or $300 from what they wore from Gap. Everything had the overalls, the t-shirts, the hat, everything they had on the pictures was Gap, socks and all. And everywhere I used to go, I used to like the attention because they used to be like, look at her with that little boy with that braided belt on. And it wasn't nothing but like this long. And it was a braided belt. And I used to love to go in Gap because I used to just laugh at what they used to make for the kids. And they would be like, when they seen them little suspenders and they weren't but like this long, I would be like, over it. You are getting these. I cannot wait to lay you out and on that stroller and let the hood back so everybody can see and set them up on pillars. They was just like show off little dolls to me, like for real. When they used to go out, they was cute and I used to make sure they looked good. And they was just dolls to me. But D used to fight so bad and Corey got all of my attention, but Nico did not get it because he got it, but he didn't get it as much as Corey got because I was going through so much with D. So that's why I think Nico learned how to be on his own and don't have that clinginess that Corey got. But Nico was oh my God, that baby was so gorgeous and had them big juicy lips and everywhere we went and he would just say the darndest things at the darndest moments that it just didn't make no sense and everybody would laugh. Nico was a show baby and Corey was opposite, quiet and but would wanted attention, but he was a mama's boy. But Nico was, I will show out and get attention wherever I go. And
Grace
so,
and mercy
and
shall follow
that's just was it. But then
all the days of my life,
we moved from Quail Run to,
and I will
I
dwell
moved, we moved from Quail
in the
Run
house of the Lord
to, I think,
forever.
Woodcrest. Moved to Woodcrest, and that's when I had came up. D had done got an apartment. D was like, "Ain't no nothing. You're not doing anything else." When I got him and got
The
married
Lord
in
is my light
May of
and my salvation.
2097, D was like,
Whom
"You're not
shall
doing."
I
We
fear?
got well. I take that back. Yeah, we got
The
married in May.
Lord
So
is the strength of my
got
life.
married a little bit after I met him,
Of whom
and he was
shall
like,
I
"You're
be
not doing
afraid?
anything else." Or was it
No
June?
wicked
I think it was in May.
will
No, his
enter my
birthday in
house,
May.
and the
So we got
plagues
married in
that
June.
came
And we're
upon
like
me
literally right
to
after
eat
that.
up my
And he was like, "You're
flesh.
not doing anything else.
They
No
stumble
work. No, I don't want nobody coming up to the house. No hair. No nothing."
though an host should
I was like, "I don't
encamp
care. I'm
against me.
tired anyway. You know, I'm
One
pregnant all the time. I'm big.
shall
Definitely
fall
ain't no going out to the club. You ain't doing none of
and
that."
10
And
shall
so
rise against
I
me.
was like, "All right. I like
It rests
living rich. I mean, to
on
all my
the
friends, she done got
people
rich. Like, her man is working at Pepsi and
have
doing
heard
all
the
of this,
saying
and
of the Lord.
she is like, Chris got it going on.
Blessed
So I got with him,
that I may
and
dwell
he was paying all the
in the
bills. I
house
went to
of the Lord
Woodcrest. He bought me a brand new white Grand Dam from Ren Chevrolet. And then, no,
to
he bought me the
behold the
Corsica first,
beauty
a brand new
of
gray
the Lord
Corsica from Ren Chevrolet. I
and to
loved it.
inquire
And we went to
in
Florida
his
to go
temple.
on a church event that I did not want to go to, that I said we shouldn't have went to,
He
and got
shall hide
on the
me
road, and he fell
in his
asleep
pavilion.
driving and ran all the way
In the
into
secret of his
the
tabernacle
woods
shall he
right, I'm talking about
he shall
right
set me
ahead of
upon a
the
rock,
St. Petersburg
and
River
he shall
ocean
show
sign that say "Welcome
to
to St.
all
Petersburg."
above the
Right above
waters
that, had he
that we
went any further, we would have probably not made
might
it. The
offer
car was totaled on site. It
thanksgiving
was a tree on top of the car.
sacrifices
A tree went through the window,
on
and we
this
made it. Came out there with just
day.
glass and us, and
I will
you
sing
know
praises
everything else,
to the
and
Lord,
nobody cared
he
that
of Jacob,
alligators. Nobody
who
cared about none of that.
was
It was me,
with
him,
mercy also upon me,
Raymond, his
and
brother. It was
also
all everybody pulled over, and
the
everybody
households
came running
of
into the woods.
Zebulun
Nobody was thinking about alligators,
My heart
uh,
said of the Lord,
snakes, bugs.
my
I mean,
voice
nobody was thinking about nothing.
exulted.
They ran into the woods to get us, and when we was
His
deep up in there, cause he had went like
Who can
six,
ascend
he was going like
the hill
70 miles an hour, and I was
and
asleep, and I
rested
just heard when you
on a
going off the
rock?
road, and it was too late.
Neither forsake
We was tearing them trees up going into
his
him,
mountain.
and the police came. They had to cut him out,
Neither
and
forsake
Raymond grabbed me through the window,
then the Lord
and I was like,
will take me up.
I wasn't like that at that time, but I'm
He
saying
shall
later on,
cover me
I was like, when I thought about it, I was like,
and
oh,
keep me in a
is
cleft
that a little attraction there?
because of my enemies.
I'm so silly. So he grabbed me out, and he grabbed me out the window. And all the windows was out.
Of
It
my
wasn't none.
enemies.
So he grabbed me, brought me
He
out there, but
also
they laid me
possessed
out and went back in
Zebulun
there
and
to get
Zahar
him.
and such
And
as
they
were
had to cut
left
D out. D had to
unto
stay, and he was scared because
I had victory
they didn't know
on
whether
this
the
account.
gas was leaking
So
on the car or
praise
not. So they was like, we need to hurry up and get this
be
going.
to the Lord.
So emergency came, the jaws of life came, and they cut him out and brought him out, and he was crying too. We was both crying, and we went to the hospital and checked out. And I'm thinking that they finna say we going home. Them fools said we still going to church. Hello. I was so mad. So we
So
went to church, still went,
my word
and that was my first time going to
the
Florida
Lord
ever.
in the
And we
secret
went
place
to
of the
Bayside,
Most High
Miami, whatever that
shall
was. We
abide
went to Miami with
under
where
the
Portia's
shadow
family was,
of the
and we
Almighty.
went there, and they was in the Burgundy
I will
Intrepid,
say of the
and
Lord,
the car was stupid packed with
He
all of us in it. I
is
was
my
so
light
mad. It was so hot, I was so not wanting to be with them, and I wanted to go to a hotel, and it just was bad. So we ended up going with them, going to church, coming back. Came back, I bought Nico and Corey some clothes. We lived at and some toys. We lived at Woodcrest. Then we moved from Woodcrest to we moved to Vanderbilt Ridge, and then I think that's when our marriage pretty much, yeah, pretty much went left after that. That's when he went to jail, and I started having to move, and that's when I got the job at that's when I got the job at um, Awesome Communications, and uh, Sophia Sophia Fareed worked was the lady that used to compliment me all the time from Columbia, and uh, Dana worked in Louisiana. So the law must have got all of this from that, and that's must be why they put me in cell phones. And so uh, they used to say I was bad. Fernando, which was Dee's brother, told me to come with him one night. Everybody thought I was smart and talented, and they was like, "Come go with us down here to a meeting, a sales meeting." But when I got there, they didn't want me to sell phone service. They wanted me to work at the cell phone place. So the man offered me a job, $400 a week, and 40 hours come in and whatever. He was like, you could do it and you could sell it on the side if you want to. I was like, all right. So I was called, get people to switch their service over, saving them money. I, go in, and I was actually the person that's programming the service. I was go in. Um, he had taught me all the USOC codes, and so I would go in. I had access to it. Go in and turn the people's phone on and put the features on there, and they would call me and all of that, and they loved it. They was like, "You are excellent at this." You know what I'm saying? And you so fast. And he was like, on average, I want you to do about 13, 14, orders a day, getting people something. I was killing that. It wasn't nothing to me, but going in, putting it in, and switching them over, how fast is that? I can do as many as you send them in. So I was leaving work with no orders left. And he was like, wow, you're good. So it started, D had done went to jail, acting up again, fighting and all that going on. He kept doing that. So the man had knew about it and found out. And had started sleeping with one of the managers that went there. That was there, one of the owners of the company. I had started sleeping with him, and so when one of the other owners found out about it, they got it was a problem. So they voted or whatever not to have me working there no more because it was causing a conflict of interest, and one of the managers was letting me off and I wasn't having to work and still getting paid and this, that, and the other, and the other ones was working, and all it was just another woman involved that seen that I was that she was jealous. She was jealous, and so she told the other owners of the company that she's sleeping with one of the other owners, and this is happening. So they all met, and that's how I end up going. So it didn't matter to me. The man was married, so it didn't matter to me. I got it. So it was a fight though. Showed up for work one day and they had just unlocked the door and changed it. Nobody had said nothing. Had done changed the locks on me, and I didn't have my job no more. And I also think it was because I was going with Raymond, and I think that when me and Raymond was off and on, you know what I'm saying. I think that I was doing the stuff. I would if he didn't call me or whatever, I would turn his phone off. I ain't gonna lie, I was doing little stuff like that. So I think what happened was that Elaine probably got the word that she worked there or whatever, and she doing this and probably called. But either like they never said that to me. They said it was about the 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 other part, but at the same time, I knew what I was doing. That was wrong, and so they I was like, okay, cool, no problem. So I went to unemployment office and they was like, oh, we not paying unemployment because we was paying you under the table. And I was like, yo, yeah, you are. Because every week you deposited that into my bank account. So yeah, that's happening. So when I went to unemployment, unemployment agreed. They paid you consistently a regular amount every single week. And by law, that counts as a regular income. It don't have only a commissions or nothing like that. They got for hourly pay on your check stub, so they have to pay. So they was paying me unemployment, and unemployment gave it to me the same, like almost the same amount that they was giving me. So I was like, I still had a job. So after that, that's when D was gone to jail. Dad had fell apart, and that's when they introduced to me to Christine Gordon. She came from out of that. So the feds had to already be involved with me because Christine was there. And that's when I did my very first thing that was criminally wrong, like real criminal. Like I don't like I was had did little petty stuff, but no. When I met her, that was the first thing that I did wrong, and I felt so bad. I called Easter and I cried and I told Easter what I did, and then so after that, I had moved from there. I moved to 1600 Caldwell Drive, lived in Pinnacle Place. I think, I'm trying to think if I had lived somewhere else. Not yet. So I had lived in Pinnacle Place, and then Pinnacle Place is when this is about to fall apart. The detectives came to the door on Caldwell Drive. I came back home one day, and they had done left a investigator note. This is when investigators do they was doing their job and not hiding and all that. They came to your house to let you know they looking at you. They don't do that no more. So they came to the house, left a card. They called and just flat out asked me, "Are you renting and selling furniture?" No, I was, and but I wasn't selling furniture. I was selling TVs. And they was like, "Are you renting and selling TVs?" Nope. They was like, "Well, I'm just letting you know that if you are, we gonna bust you, and we gonna get you." And I was like, "Okay." So they was already watching me then, and which is why it went so fast, and it was so, you know, it went fast. Now that I think about it, and I felt at that time that my life was like on this merry-go-round, and I couldn't stop it. I literally felt that, like I can't stop this train, and it's finna you know, I'm finna have to go to jail. Something's finna happen here. And I was talking to Raymond. D had done went to jail. Oh no, no, I take that back. I done missed a place to live. We moved from we moved from let me go all the way back. We moved from Stonegate to Quail Run. From Quail Run, we moved to Mommy House. After I got out of the hospital, Mommy wanted me with her, so to watch D, because Sharon told Mommy that D was fighting like that, and Mommy then said that wasn't happening over her grandchildren, and so we moved in with Mommy. Mommy wanted to watch me, so Mommy wanted me there and one of her grandkids there. So Mommy had more than enough room, so we moved in there. Then that's when we applied for our own house at Apple Homes. That's when they put the house in the dead people name. That's when that fell apart. That's when we moved to Woodcrest and got our own place again. And then from Woodcrest, then to Vanderveer, and then to um, 2409 Sedgefield Drive. So we moved one more time together to Sedgefield Drive. So we moved over there to Sedgefield Drive, and when we moved to Sedgefield Drive, he was definitely still fighting then too. And but he was always working somewhere making good money. But he was definitely gonna bust your head whenever he get a chance. And D didn't play. It was no way you had to live like a statue in order to get him not to fight. And if I was with him today, it would look like cater to him 24/7, text him all day long that you love him, that you're not thinking about nobody else from him, have surprises for him, Um, do not let his hand go when you out. Don't look at nobody else. Stay under his arm. Hold on to him. Um, like, don't, you have to feed his ego 24/7. And it was tough. But if you look at anybody else, it's over. And so we moved to 2409 Sedgefield Drive, and then that's when he went to jail for the last time that I seen him. Was it that? No, he went to jail. He went to jail there, but then I moved to 1600 Caldwell Drive after that, and then he got out of jail the same day and went to jail the same day that he got out, and that's when they wanted to take him to a psychiatric hospital, and nobody would sign for him to go, and I wouldn't either. So they took him back to regular jail. And so he went to jail, and this was in 2004, shortly before I went. He went to jail, and I was on my way. And so the investigators that came, they already knew something was going on. Had I went back to my husband, I probably would have never went to jail in 2004 because I would have got off the illegal bandwagon, and Dee definitely didn't play that, and I would have had to be home and be a wife and cooking and all that stuff. Wouldn't have been to jail. Wasn't none of that, and definitely no rent, nothing. Dee didn't play. They're not doing that either. Not renting it and selling it, so that's not happening either. Dee didn't play that. So from there, it went from I was with Raymond and Christine introduced me to Trap, and he was one of them guys that when I looked at him, I was like, oh my God, I had got to have him. And I walked in, his word was what it is, and I was like, oh God, he's so fun, Jesus. And he had the gold grill, and he had two open faces, and all them chains and stuff on, and them rings, and he had them bow legs and all them dark features. Come in, boy, let me grab you. And he was so fine. I'm talking about gorgeous. And I like them bad boys. And um, I went right on over there. And he had called me. The law had done gave him my number. And I didn't give him my number. I told Christine no. And when I got home, he called me and said, what it do? And I said, what it do? I don't know. Who is this calling my phone? I tried that like I ain't like him. And I was like, why are you calling my phone? I don't know what it do, but I don't talk like that, you know. And so he was laughing. He thought that was cute, that all them slang words he was using, I didn't know what they meant. And he was like, you're different. I like you because you ain't my normal. And I was like, well, I was taught to use all of my syllables and my words correctly, and I don't know what it do. It is does, and that's still not the proper, context for it. And so he would just laugh at all of that. So first night he came over, I baked some spaghetti, and I had some salad, and I used to drink back then, and I had some wine and some alcohol, and he was like, I am in love with you. I ain't never had no girl that had a house clean like this. I had was it a 3 bedroom apartment or two? I think it was three. 3 bedroom apartment, 2 bath. And he was like, I love it. You got your own place, your own car. I had my own car. And he was like, I love it. So he moved in, and we started staying together every night. And we was together. And then I wasn't talking to Raymond that much no more. I don't want to talk to him no more. And then D was in jail. So I told him D was in jail and all that. And he was like, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? As long as he don't come around here with no mess, we good. So I was like, all right. So I felt safe. You know what I'm saying? So after that, the investigator came. So me and Trap was talking, and so I was laughing, and he was like, so we both crooks. And I was like, we both crooks, honey. and both was laughing and whatever. And so I was telling him about what I do and how I do it, and you know, I wasn't really into his thing that he did. He didn't do nothing major. Sold weed, little bags of weed, wasn't nothing major. And but I was, he liked what I do because of how fast the money can come, you know. And he used to like it that I would have $40, and at the end of the day, I could have 2 or 3 thousand from that 40, and all I did was go pick up this TV and go take this TV over here to this person, and he used to like it. So, but even with then, I wasn't on the level of selling nothing to know anybody. I had rich or well off people. I didn't. I'm not out here in the street looking like nobody ghetto. I didn't like that. I was very organized. You know, even when the police found me, they found me because of my notebook. I was very organized, detail oriented. I've always have been. Always wrote, made notes, and that's how they got me in 2004. The girl that I didn't want to do it no more. I wanted to stay home with Trav, and I called myself going to train. And yeah, right. Vanna gave me right on to the feds. That girl was right on the informant, and she came from Vanna and Vanna's friend, and um, went right on over there. And that girl went right on into household rentals on uh, Riceboro Road, and walked right on into that white man. And that white man said, "Let's just stand right here." And they knew exactly what was going on, and had the whole thing set up. Had my rental car, my notebook and everything, and went right on out. And the girl called me from the store and was like, "You need to come down here and tell these people what's going on because they finna take her to jail." And investigator Hopkins or whatever her name was called me from the Richmond County Sheriff's Department and said, "Well, ma'am, you need to come on, turn yourself in because we're gonna get you if you don't." And I said, "I won't be doing that today. I won't be doing that." That's not happening. I ain't gonna leave trap right now. When I should have just went on ahead, turned myself in, and bonded back out. Wouldn't have been nothing but $500 on each one to get back out. Wouldn't have been no big deal. I had the money. Go bond yourself out, get out of jail. You know, get a lawyer or go to probation, and you're gonna be end of it. And that would have been the end of it. And I would have been out, had my, you know, would have been doing good. And I'm gonna move because um, I had moved from uh, Caldwell Drive after D. I had moved to Pinnacle Place. I had moved from Pinnacle Place Apartments to a house behind somewhere off of Riceboro Road behind the mall over there somewhere in these nice condos. I had moved over there. And that was just the law was definitely involved back then. Definitely. Long story short, I moved over there and got in. I'm trying to think. They was yeah definitely over there behind the mall. Turned the mall and then turned down the side street. They was right over there. And long story short, in 2004, when I was doing what I was doing, I wasn't dealing with people that was out here all in the street to talk about anything. I was dealing with people that own businesses, that uh, work, that get up every day, that are not on drugs, that, you know, whatever. And so that's what happened. And so um, I was dealing with only with one lady and one man. That was it. That's where my money came from. One lady and one man. That's it. I didn't deal with street people. Like somebody couldn't call me and be like, "Oh, I want a TV." Oh, I don't have nothing to do with that. I don't know what you're talking about. I dealt with one person, two people that had money, and if I ever needed money, I could get my money up front. And so I went to jail because Essence got caught at household rentals on Riceboro Road, and the investigator called and said, you need to come on down here and turn yourself in. And I was like, not doing that today. And me and the guy got right in the car and we headed to Atlanta. And we didn't really think it was anything big at this point. And then his friend called him because they all knew me and said, your girl is on the news, bro. And I looked on the news, Channel 6, and I was on there with that spiral. That's why the police got that same wig. Over it. Over it. They got that same wig in operation right now. I am over it. So I was using, let's say, but they ain't got the name in operation. Somebody in the kitchen.
Set him on high, because he hath known my name. He shall call upon me, and I will answer him. I will be with him in trouble. I will deliver him and honor him. With long life will I satisfy him
So
and shew him
um,
my
I went.
salvation.
We went to Atlanta, and um, I was just thinking about the name that I was using, and I was like, but I ain't using that name now. I ain't seen that name. But anyway, so I came on the run, and I called mommy, and mommy was so hurt. Mommy was so hurt, and she knew that I was doing stuff wrong because I was coming by her house every day in a new car. But I was taking care of my mom and daddy, child. I ain't had nothing to worry about. I was bringing grocery, food. My kids was there. I was bringing grocery, food, taking care of mommy, buying daddy diapers, buying his cornstarch powder. I was doing all of that. I was taking care of my mom and daddy, if I'm, because I felt that if I'm doing wrong, at least I'm going to have me some good deeds. I hear that God going to look after me for, so I'm going to take care of my mom and daddy. I'm doing that. And so mommy did. She took care of me, and she took care of the children, and it went downhill really fast from there. So in 2004, I went to jail from, I got arrested in Augusta at the Affordable Insurance Place on Deansbridge Road. Um, One of the guys worked in there from church, and um, Trab and the girl, that police said Gwanda did it. Because I'm telling you, they tell you who rolled over on you. They tell you. And they said Gwanda did it. But somebody else said that it was Trab's girlfriend, the one that wanted him back, that he cheated on me over her. He cheated with me over her. They said it was I forgot her name, but they said it was her that called, that he who he married to right now. They said it was her that called, but the police in jail said that it was Gwanda that did it, that called the police on me and got me locked up. And wouldn't doubt me, because when I went to jail and got in there, the police came and got me and said, your sister is down here to get the keys to your truck and your wig. So they was already in operation doing this back then, because they sent Gwanda to get the keys to the Suburban, which I don't know why they was doing that, because they already had them. Because I left the truck at Affordable, and she wanted the wig that I had on when I went to jail. Gwanda was down there, and I released it to her like a dummy too. I gave it to her, and so she was they were still being me, and so this is in 2004. I went to jail, and I gave them the wrong name, and I remember the name I gave them, but I'm not gonna say that. And then they took me to jail. And I went from Georgia. Judge Brown sentenced me to probation. I had never really did no, I ain't never did no felonies. You know, I only had little stuff. And so, like, writing, overdrafting my own checking account. You know what I'm saying? So I ain't had nothing major going on. So in felony court in Augusta, it's all probation if you ain't got none. That's how I know Corey was supposed to go home. He didn't have no priors. Doesn't matter what he did in juvenile, it was supposed to be sealed. So they need somebody to overturn that, and he would be on probation or be, have a time served and so much probation. They wouldn't have sent him to no prison, but when you're on an operation, it is what it is. They let him out when he go back, and then make them feel like they beat the system. That's how they do you in Augusta, in Georgia. Period. They make you fight for what you already should have got, so that when you get out, you don't forgot that you was supposed to be free anyway, and then you let the injustice go because you get out feeling like you done beat the system. You did not beat the system. The system beat you because you never should have been in there. So when you get out, you feel so happy that you out. You be like, okay, I'm gonna let that ride. But no, you really got railroaded, and they do it like that. See, that's why they be like, we'll let Corey out when he go back to court. They already know it. We gonna let him out when he go back. But if he's not gonna fight for it, we're not gonna give it to him because they don't care because they put slaves in jail anyway. But they know if Corey was to go back to court with a lawyer even would know I don't really have to fight this hard. They're gonna automatically let him go. But black people don't really know how the system works, so they say, "Oh, well, I'm gonna just sit here." When really all you have to do is file it, and they're gonna let you out because they know you should have never been there in the first place. So that's how it works. But if you don't fight, then you don't get out. And then when you get out, they're gonna make you feel like you beat the system. You didn't beat the system. You should have never been there. So I went to jail in 2004. I got out in 2008. So back on my background and where I've been. I got out in 2008. I got out in 2008. Easter came and picked me up. We went to her apartment in Duluth. She had a bad apartment. Uh, Looked like where white people stay. And when we pulled up, I said, Easter, whose social security number is this? Whose is it? And I asked that for a reason. She was laughing when I said that the last time. But I asked that for a reason. Whose social is this girl? Because it was like all white people would live there. And so I said, girl, I was scared to be there because I was like, Easter, whose name is this in? And she was like, girl, mine. She had a bad apartment, bad. She said a doctor was her neighbor. East, I'm ready to go. So she brought me there. She had, Lana was there, I think. Lana was there. Was Lana there? Lana was there or had been there, something like that. She gave me $200 and she didn't go in the store with me. Now that I'm thinking about this and walk this all the way back up to the front, I'm trying to see how far was she involved before I even came home, because it was weird that she picked me up from prison, took me to Walmart and didn't come in the store with me, but told me to go in there and shop, but didn't want to be in there with me. That's weird. And that was my first time going to a store in all them years. I felt lost as hell in there. I went in there and picked up a army green. I never forget what I bought. A army green fatigue a shirt. I mean like a tank top and some army green shorts with cargo shorts and some shoes, and came out of there. She gave me $200 in my pocket. And went home, seen mommy. Mom was on Hick Street. Stayed down with mommy until that night. We went to Ryan's that night. Everybody met at Ryan's. Give me a coming home party. And I was like, forget all that eating, child. Where is my money so I could get my son out? And I need money. Nico got these. Mommy got Nico on baby fat shoes. This is not going to work out for me. So all us at this table need to come up with some money to get Nico some Jordans because Nico is not going to walk around with these on. And everybody was laughing at me, and I was like, for real, I'm not playing. Y'all up here eating and doing all that, and got my child out here walking around like this. Y'all ain't doing it. And so everybody gave me some money. I left that at night with about $500 that night. I went and got a room for me and Honey for a week, and I got Nico went and got Nico some Jordans, and I had Nico with me, and then from that I did. From that I did. What else I did? Oh, we went out that night, and they got me drunk. I was fine until I drank the alcohol from Geneva and them, and that's when it was just a mixture. I don't think they was doing nothing to me. It was just a mixture because I had just been drinking light white liquor all night, and they gave me brown on top of that, and that's when I started throwing up. But I was feeling wonderful. They had me drunk as a skunk. I was towed up. I mean, towed up that night, and I was throwing up everywhere. I went back to the hotel. I got in the tub. I was still throwing up. The next day, I woke up fine, no hangover, no nothing. I was ready to go. Happy to be home. Nico was so scared, poor thing, watching me throw up like that. And then he was going through a lot because Corey was in jail. And it was just a lot going on. So I'm just talking about addresses. I'm going to try not to really get into the story of what happened when I got home. So I got home and I moved from mommy house. Mommy said you can't stay here with those lesbian spirits. So I moved from there to um, 2534. Oh no, I moved from there to Gwanda House. In Gwanda House, Jimmy and Gwanda argued every single day because she was gambling um, all of her money, and they gambled they argued every single day. Not one day went by that they wasn't arguing. It was never no food in the kitchen. The kitchen was always, I remember looking in the refrigerator and it was an onion and butter in there. That's it. No food was ever in there. And he used to come home from work and she would be done spent all the money gambling and had never bought him no food and never had did nothing. And they had expected for him to just, she was terrible. And one night he was like, I don't want your sister here no more. She ain't giving no money. And I'd be like, I came downstairs and like, I am giving money. I give money every day. She gambles it. You don't see it. And I got mad at her and said, I can't believe you let him talk about me like that and then not telling him that I be done gave you money every day. So I left and went with Honey to Atlanta, stayed in the dude's house with her, left there, came back down here and got my own place at 2534 Lumpkin Road. Got my own place there, apartment 33. They later had Bertrand get an apartment in the back and where the seniors live with a handicap on a voucher. Negative. I lived in the front, apartment 33 upstairs. Left from there. I lived there a little bit over a year. My rent was $425 a month. I left there and went to got my job at Greens on Washington. Suzanne Douche or Douse, whatever it was, hired me. Suzanne Doucette hired me at the Mayo Group, and now I see why they didn't. She said my background came up clean, and I was wondering why they ran my background in Minnesota, because that's where they was staging me at already. They knew what they was doing. So that's why I came up clean. And they got me a job there, and I worked at the Greens on Washington, and I came all the way up. All the way up. All the way up. I'm talking about I was all the way. I was so I was so bad back then. I'm talking about like bad, like pretty, like going to work every day, like and I used to, smoke cigarettes and drink my Diet Cokes every morning and tear them leases out the frame. I got up in there and was the baddest one of all the Mayo Group. I won on every sales call. It was like, she here all the way up, all the way up. I'm talking about, I was bad. Like every every Monday, I think on a Wednesday or something like that, they would have a sales call, and all the properties have to be on the call. Lock the doors. Its office is closed for a meeting for an hour, and they would be like, you know what I'm saying? Where is Crystal? Is Crystal on the call? Crystal is on the call. I'm talking about I would get $250 gift cards. I would get a day off. I got in my first 30 days of working there, I got a $2 whole $2 raise in the first 30 days of me working there. I'm talking about killing it with leases. $100 a lease, $50 a renewal. I am killing it. And I didn't know what in the world I was doing when I got that job. I ain't gonna lie, I straight up lied to get the job. I didn't lie about my background. I just omitted it. I didn't put nothing there because I got tired of when you put stuff there, they not gonna hire you. So why set somebody up like that? So I didn't answer the question at all. I just got the job and they ain't asked me. Got on the interview. I sold myself so good on the interview to Suzanne. She was like, I like you. I love your personality. You can do this. I didn't know nothing. I got on Google to see what the responsibility was, to see what to do. When I got that job on the first day, ain't nobody trained me. I trained myself. And I had never did that job before in my life. I went and pulled a bunch of leases out from the drawer. I looked at my system to see what systems I needed to log into. Once they gave me my username and password, I started hovering over different things to see what they do. I started to see how to type the lease and what generates my lease, what fields to put in what, and I kept me a dummy lease right there on my desk at all times as a reference. And I learned from the dummy lease how to set my folder up. So the application, the credit report, all of this, what gets redacted, what gets put in there, what criteria is, what to say. I started doing all of that, and I stayed in that. They let me work with no cap on my hours, so I could work overtime. So I was living there, practically going home at 10, 11 o'clock at night. I get home when I get home. I'm working right now. So the first 2 weeks I had that job, I was practically living there, coming home 7, 8 o'clock at night, staying. So I learned what to do. Coming home, refreshing my memory, getting used to it when the people come. You know what I'm saying? Hello, welcome to the Green Zone, Washington. Well, are you looking for a 1 bedroom or 2 bedroom today? Getting into it, I was good at it, and all I knew was if you look pretty and you dress well, you could sell it. You could sell yourself to women if they like how you look. They'd be like, "Oh, she pretty. I'm gonna talk to her, and she look like she know what you're doing." And I could relate to anybody walking that door. Anybody. You could be racist, and I can walk in there. Hello, how you doing today? How can I help you? You want to self show yourself? Like not I messed it up, but you want to self tour because I know you racist. You don't want to be around me, so you want to do a self tour on your own. Like I could do like whatever I needed to do to make the sale, and I was getting rave reviews. Like I was getting letters going to corporate. I got a Coach bag delivered to me from New York by a black lady. I got two of them. She sent me two bags. Big old box showed up UPS. Uh, at the Greens on Washington, and they was like to Crystal, and they was like, "What is that?" I was like, "Girl, I don't know." Opened it up, it was a Coach bag, two of them sent from New York from the lady. Um, Allison Pacheco work at GE executives moving there, and like I was getting major reviews. This is a wonderful lady, and she cared about her job. I didn't just move them in and leave them. I called them, make sure they was okay. I thought ahead of time to put them in right buildings where I know they would get along and feel safe. I didn't put old people with a 20-year-old above you that's going to be ratchet and loud with music. I didn't put Mexicans with other people that I felt like it's not going to work. I kept them together if they wanted to live in that building, or I would ask them, do they got any preferences? That's not on the on the list, but I would ask, do you care about what your neighbors are? Do you like noise? What's your hours where you work? I took all that into consideration when I placed them in apartments, and I would make them feel comfortable, and then I would be there, like, you know go-to person, that if anything happened, if you need me, I am here. I want you to stay, and I want you to stay a while, and I want you to be happy in your new home. If you need anything, I'm here, and I will let them know I live on the property. So if I live on the property, it's good. We got security, we got a police, Officer Kennedy. We are good. We're gonna take care of you here. And they used to love it, and they used to write corporate. Kelly Dietrich, white lady, real good fan of mine, wrote corporate a long letter to how I helped her out and moved her in and took care of her. And to this day, that lady used to message me on Facebook all the way up until later, talking about how good I was. So then after that, I got fired. I ain't gonna lie, I got the real big head. But I'm not gonna get into all of that. So I moved from there to Brandywine. I moved on there to Brandywine. I had already lived there before in 104. I think this time I lived there at, I think, 104 or 107. This time I moved to 309 or 304. I lived at 104 and 304, or 107 and 304. But either way, I lived in the 100 building and the 300 building of Brandywine, but not with the same people. I lived with a private owner the first time, and then the second time, I lived with Mullins Property Management. Then I moved from there to 2905 Arrowhead Drive, apartment E9, E6. Lived there. And then from there, I moved to 505 13th Street, apartment E9, um, on 13th Street. And then from there, I moved to 801 Chickapin Road, apartment 105. And that's when I moved, actually at 505 13th Street, apartment E9 is where I met Ketchup. And when Ketchup moved me, it was on to the races from there. Let's get them moving around. Operation had begun. Um, and so they moved me first, take her back to South Carolina, and I ain't gonna lie, I did not want to go. I cried. I did not want to go back to South Carolina ever. Not after I had went to prison there. I had seen so much. I did not ever want to go back there. Once I came from prison, that was a wrap. I said it was no longer 50 states, it was 49, because I was never going back there. So I went back there with him, and I said I wasn't doing nothing. I'm not working here. I'm not doing nothing. I want to just sit here and look until we move somewhere else. And for the most part, that was my intent. And then he kept telling me, live, find a job, do something, go and do your stuff. And okay, and so I did. I started the praise report, and the law was definitely involved. So they showed up. That I don't want to get into all of that, but because that's just gonna make me just do so much building, and I really don't want to get into that tonight. I had a good time at church, and I just really wanted to focus on where I lived in this video, not really wanting to really get into the other stuff. So I went to Chickapin Road, went to 801 Chickapin Road, apartment 105, and then we went to uh, 121 Woodsboro Road in Irmo, South Carolina, 29063. And then we went in 2016, we went to 2182 Walker Solomon Way in Columbia. And we lived there to 2017. And from there, we went to 242 Quiet Grove Drive in Lexington. And then we went to North Carolina. That's when it was time to say goodbye, y'all, to South Carolina. And I went to 242 Quiet Grove, to North Carolina. and we lived in the in-town suites for about from June to about 2 to 3 weeks, and we went to um, Portland, Tennessee, with Ketchup's mom and dad, and we lived with them for about 3 weeks. And then we moved to Bowling Green, Kentucky, and we went to another in-town suites on Mel Browning Road, and we lived there, and the law was there then. We were in full. This is when it was, and it was definitely happening. And we went there, and then we went to from in town suites. We lived there a month, and almost a month, and we got approved for 2370 Cade Mill Station Boulevard on right before Ketchup's birthday. So we moved in on October the 18th, 2018. We moved to 2370 Cade Mill Station Boulevard, and that's when I filed the first complaint. The law had came in the house and said they were tilers, and they were not. They was putting all that stuff in there, and it was not hooked up right, and it when you walk past it with your cell phone, it was making all kind of noise. It was somewhere behind the thermostat, and behind the thermostat, and in the in the hall when you walk in the living room, and when you walk by the thermostat, it say like a real loud noise, like when two two energies collide that don't, like if I was to turn YouTube on close to this and it made that loud noise, that's what it was doing. And me and Corey had laughed about it on the phone, and I was like, "Child, they got this house rigged up," but they was coming in there and posing as people that they wasn't. So we lived at 2370 K Mill Station Boulevard. Then we moved in 2019. Um, uh, we moved to 2249 Greenwood Lane, apartment 57. And then we moved from there, we came back to Georgia in March of 2020. March of 2020. We left Bowling Green, Kentucky on March the 4th of 2020. We was there almost 2 years exactly. So we came back here and we went to stay at Maddie House, which I'm quite sure was staged as mine, at 950 Lake Ridge Parkway, right up the street. And Ketchup would not get a place to stay here, and that's because that one was staged as mine at 950 Lake Ridge Parkway. Sure was, and it wasn't. And we stayed right there with Maddie and Cassius, and then we was getting hotels and all that. And I kept wondering, Ketchup, why are you not applying for nowhere to stay? Because it wasn't the plan. That wasn't the plan. And that is your place to stay. And that ain't what the plan was. And that was the last place that officially I had of my own was in 249 Greenwood Lane. So I didn't get a place of my own until February the around, actually, that's amazing. It's around this time, 11th of 2021. I think if I was to go get my financial journal, I moved in here. And 2021, I moved in this same room. This same furniture was in here, and I moved in here. The people were different, except for some. And I moved in here, and I didn't like it at all. I said, "I'm finna get the hell out of here," and I couldn't stand it. And so uh, I moved out 3 days later, and I left my $50 deposit with Joe and told him I didn't care nothing about it. I wasn't coming back. I told him I couldn't do no room for rent here with that many people. That ain't gonna work. So I left, and then I didn't have nowhere to stay anymore from that of my own, all the way till back here again in July of 2024. So I was homeless all that time. After I left here, I went and still was staying in my truck and like in hotel rooms and stuff like that whenever I could. But for the most part, I stayed in my truck, you know, um, especially when it was hot. And I used to dash so much. I used to dash till about 3 in the morning, go up to Roswell. I would sleep at different places. My places to sleep. If I was in McDonald, I would sleep at the QT on Willow Lane. That's why they say I worked there. I didn't work there. I would sleep. So there on Willow Lane, and then I would sleep at the Waffle House on Roswell Road. And then if I wasn't there, if I was in where did I used to sleep? I can't believe God kept me when I used to sleep at the parking lot of LA Fitness. God, I can't believe God protected my life. I slept in that big old empty parking lot. God, with no cameras in that empty parking lot of LA Fitness on off of Roswell Road, where it's nobody, and in Roswell it ain't nobody on the road that time either. I can't believe God kept me. They was tearing my tail up though. It was. They was gassing the heck out of me. But it didn't matter. At least I was alive. I'm not even mad. But God kept me. God, He kept me. I think about that now, and you couldn't pay me to go do that now. I don't. You go sleep well, child, please. I used to do it and put the cover over my head and not worry about it, and used to back all the way in, make sure I was in the darkest part of the parking lot. They say He take care of babies and fools. That was so ignorant. And I used to do it every night. And then if I wasn't there, I would go to it was QT. It was there. I used to do QT sometimes here at this one on Riverdale Road, and then that was pretty much. I think it was one other place I used to go, but oh, and Roswell Road 7885 in front of O'Reilly's. I used to sleep park right there and go to sleep and get up the next morning. And I used to be so embarrassed waking up with all them people right in my face. I used to hate it. I mean, right in my face. And I'm sitting up. I'm starting my day in a truck, and they started their day at home in privacy. I used to hate it, but I used to sleep, and I used to go to bed right there. And so that's how it was. And I did that all the way till May of 2021. And in May of 2001, I wrote the law and said, I gotta go. I wrote the FBI and sent them their phone. And that was enough to keep me clear that they had their phone. That's enough. She know what she doing. And they protected me all the way to California. All the way. And I went to California, and people was like, you drove to California by yourself in a truck. I knew who I had with me, God, and I had the FBI with me. That's all I need. That's the best I need in the world. I had them two with me, and they checked in every 100 miles, and I knew I'm good. I went on to California. And when I got to California, they tried to discourage me and have me come back. And I said, I can't go back because that's going to look like a drug run for real. And so they had the guy meet me at the laundromat. I went up there and washed my clothes. So I had all my stuff in the car for 5 days. And I went in the laundromat to figure out what I was going to do now that I'm there. And the guy was like, this is not the place for you. You need to go back. A black guy told me that. This is not the place for you. You need to go back. Don't come here. And I came. I was like, no, I'm not gonna come up here and turn around and go back. It's gonna look like I came up here to buy drugs for real. So I came, And I stayed. I went and got in a hotel. And I ain't gonna lie, I was scared. And that was the first time I've been scared. It was so much fear of the unknown and not being around Georgia police. Every police is different. You can't just go and do the same thing you did in Georgia, in New York, or do what you do in here in Texas. Even though I don't know New York, I don't know Texas, and I've never been there, but every police department ain't the same. You don't know when them police up there might not do no talking. They might do what they say they're gonna do for real, and then what you gonna do? Every you can't do that, so you have to feel them out and wait and see. And I went up there, and God was just with me. He just was with me. So I kept looking for my good guys that I knew was there, and I made it all the way to California, and I got a place to stay, and I was at first they was like, "Don't come up here with that recording, and don't come up here with talking," and I was like, "I have to record what's going on. I have to write." They didn't want me to do neither one, and I was like, "Well, I'm not gonna not. I have to record what's going on. That's what I do. I have to record." And it's always some that really want to hear more because they want to build on what you say. And then there's some that really want to hear, gosh, listen to that girl's story. And then there's some that want to hear for their name and see how much she really know. But I went up there from May of 2021 to April of 2023, and I came back, and I was homeless all that time until June of 2024. I mean, July of 2024. And that's when I came here. Actually, I take that back. I got a place to stay with Joe one other time in August of 2023 when I came back. And that was for about a month. And then I came back here. And so that is the way that it's been. But, and I'm only making this recording because I have not lived in a place to stay in this house for 4 years. I haven't lived nowhere and forgot and lost my mind and so I'm making this recording for that purpose. I wrote it down in my journal. Periodically, I'll update it somewhere else or just write a miscellaneous note to the side because that is important. And I really don't like how the law moved me around behind people, and then I can't get over that. Do I really want to talk about that tonight? No. Do I really want to get into that tonight? No, not really, because I don't have to know. I don't have to say all of that for them to know what I know that they did. They know what I know because these are experts. These are professionals. They know what I know because they watch me look at the foolishness every day. So they don't need me to get on here and really verbalize that. Plus, I've learned the hard way, the very hard way, that verbalizing everything isn't the best way. It got me through, don't get me wrong, it got me through to this point. But now that I'm at this point, God may want to use me a different way to fight for my freedom. But I feel personally that after the whole call yesterday at 3:36, it's not, if that ain't gonna set you free, if God didn't show himself in that, it's nothing else that I can do. So I'm not really in that mode to really feel like I'm fighting for my freedom. I'm not fighting for my freedom because I'm not guilty of nothing. I called my phone yesterday at 3:36,
to
which is a
present
purpose time,
in
just doing what
unvarnished
God told me to do. And somebody else answered my phone
beside
on another
the
SIM
still
card
waters.
over it. That's,
He restored
I don't
me
have nothing
to
else to
my
say.
soul.
I don't have nothing else
He
to
will
say.
keep me in the
So
paths of
I don't
righteousness
feel like I have to really get
for
into
his
this
name's
proven
sake.
state. So tonight was really
Though I walk
about
through the valley
uh,
of the shadow of death,
saying
I will
where I've
fear
lived
no evil.
because I just wanted
For thou
for that to be documented. Um,
and thy staff, they comfort me. Thou
and so
preparest a table before me
that's about it. So I
in the
am
presence
going to
of mine enemies.
um,
Thou anointest my head with oil, my cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life,
so
and I
I'm going to
will dwell
sit here and I really don't want to get into that. I really want to get into that's part one of this. I want to do another live.
Kelly,
I want to separate them,
the
and I
Lord
want to do another
is
one
my light
on. This is
and my
Black History
salvation.
Month, and
Whom
I
shall I fear?
definitely want to do a
The Lord
contribution to
is
my
my light
ancestors. Uh,
of
I was
whom
thinking
shall
about it
I
in
be
church. I
afraid?
think about it all the time, believe it or not,
Even mine enemies and my
about
foes came upon me
what
to
would
eat
Martin
my
Luther King
flesh.
say to me
They
if he
said,
saw me today.
and that
And I
they
know
that
what
choose
Oprah
to
would say to
worship
me because I've
wickedness
dreamed it. I dreamed that I talked to Oprah, and Oprah said,
will not fear.
that is not the way.
Though war
I dreamed
should
it.
rise against me,
Like some things
thus
that I do
will I
that
believe.
God know I can't help it because I've been
Have
traumatized.
I desired
But
of the Lord,
Oprah came to me in a dream and said,
will I
no,
seek after,
this is not the way.
that I may dwell
That you
in the
have your
house of the
respect
Lord
and your integrity
all the
no
days
matter what,
of my life,
and you don't fight with
to
them
behold the
on their
beauty
level,
of the Lord,
and
and
you don't
to
call them retarded.
inquire in his temple.
You don't, when they go,
For
Obama said,
trouble
when they go high, when
shall
they
not
go
come
low, you go
nigh
high.
his pavilion.
And that
In the secret of his tabernacle shall he
character
hide me.
has been something that I struggle with and I pray for every day
And
because
there
I say,
shall my
God,
feet be
help
lifted
me
up above my
to
enemies round me.
I'm not just trying to pay homage to my
Will
lineage
I
or
open my
to give
tabernacle
respect to
and
Martin
set
Luther
the
King
praises
and to
of Judah
Harriet Tubman and to
in
all
every
these
city,
other people, but
and
not give no
I will
respect to
sing
God. What did
praises
God say
unto the
first?
Lord.
And
Hear,
so
O
when I
Lord,
read
my
Titus
cry
3
in
and
the
1
house.
about
Have
what
mercy
God say
upon me,
about people that he know
and
ain't
answer
right,
me.
I was like,
For thou
oh,
saidst, seek me my
help
face.
me. I'm fighting wrong.
My heart said
And
unto
that's
thee,
why I said,
thy face, Lord,
to a
will I
certain
seek.
extent, I think
Hide
I
not
want to
thy
fight
face
this
from me.
differently.
Put not
Nobody
thy
ain't
servant away.
said you under arrest yet, so why you
Thou
fighting?
hast been my
You
light
know, yes,
in
I've
the
been through a
wilderness.
little oppression
Neither
and I've
forsake me,
had
O
some
God
things I
of
don't
my
like it. I
salvation.
can't get a bank account. I can't
Whom
they won't let
will I
certain
fear?
things happen, but
Then the Lord
think about
will take me up
what I am
and
doing
teach me,
that even though
and
right,
lead me in a plain
but
path
ain't
because of
and
my
it's
enemies.
they're not right for doing what they're
Deliver
doing,
me
but come on, who gonna really want to give you a bank account if they know you gonna post their card to the feds and they know they gonna have all kind of, nobody ain't gonna want to give you no bank account for that. And even though they're wrong for that, and they're wrong for issuing these types of cards, but still, you get more bees with honey than you do vinegar. So I'm looking at myself a little bit more in terms of it's time to fight a different way. You've done this way all this time, and it look at where it keeps getting you. So now, if you even have the slightest sense that somebody is behind you and with you, it's a good time to fall back. And if I fall back, I'll see more of where my help is. But I can't really see what my help is doing if I keep fighting, making the bad guys fight back with me. And that's like where I am tonight. It's just, I thought about that. Like I thought about today, um, eating. You know, my organization fed. I thought about it today, more and more how I want to contribute to an African American dietary supplement program that really teaches us how to eat and really has a place for us to spend our money that is low cost, that is addressing the hunger in the world, but that's really feeding us good quality food and teaching us health at the same time. Ever since I watched my sister drink those 7 Mountain Dews and didn't care, to me, when I left her, I didn't see what what I didn't look at it in the same way that she looked at it. I looked at it as somebody that's depressed and don't want to live, that is trying to not be here so they could go be with the Lord because they really tired of this life, but acting like they happy, but they really not. Because I thought about it, why would somebody do that to themselves? Drink 7 Mountain Dews. You don't love yourself. You're hiding behind Christianity, but you don't love yourself. You're sad, you're miserable, and you're missing something. And you're saying that you're happy because you got God, but because God, the Holy Spirit, is going to be convicted in that. When I ate Walmart tonight, I felt it when I was ordering that you could get about, you could do better than this. I like you hear it, and then I turn it off. I'm gonna just get it because I'm close by here. But you could eat better than this. I woke up this morning thinking about Brussels sprouts, having a craving for Brussels sprouts, and I never ate them before in my life. So I look at what's going on with me, and if God is telling me that I don't really want you to eat that, I don't really want you to do that. I really want you to go in there and have some of them carrots, or eat some of that celery. And I really don't even want you to have a ranch to go with it. Then it's making me think, okay, that's smart. That's healthy. That's going to make me feel this way. And I'm not going to eat it knowing that what I'm taking into my body is going to break down according to my environment, according to my genetics, and according to my overall bio makeup. And that is what I am learning that is so important. What you eat at McDonald's ain't going to break down in her body the same way that it is in mine. Because what we eat is a part of our environment, number one. It's a part of your genetics, number two. And it's a part of your overall bio makeup, your overall. That's just is and the closest I could think of is a car. You said, well, can I get this many cars? I mean, this many gallons? Well, it depends how you drive. If your oil is changed and you got a full tank, if you stop and go in traffic, or you was on the road, or if you have a hybrid or not, all of that depends. It is the exact same way with your body. And I want to be the first example so that I can say, I did this and I overcame this because I learned this. Once you really know what the food is doing to you, you ain't finna go and let somebody shoot you. So why you gonna go and keep letting somebody give you them 10 wings when you know that they have the potential to killing you the same exact way as a bullet does? Once I looked at that last week, seeing her, I don't want to eat like that no more. I ain't saying I won't ever eat them, but I'm saying I don't know if I want to eat like that no more. Cause I looked at that as drugs. Food is drugs to me. 7 Mountain Dews. Oh, you just got high. You just did the same thing to your body that crack could do. I don't want to. I don't want to. I don't want to. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do crack. I don't want to do heroin. I don't want to drink 7 Mountain Dews. I don't want to drink all that and take that into my body and lay down like you don't know what happened. What happened? You crashed because you drunk all those Mountain Dews. So I want to focus this month on health and my contribution to science, because I'm all for us having a artificial intelligent healthcare system, from changing the way you go to the hospital, to changing the way you get healthcare, to changing the way you get seen, to changing the way your medicine is administered. I'm all about it because it's all about saving money, but it's all about providing resources that work for the community, that save the government money. And that's what this is about. That's why we have a president that is uh, mainly a business mogul. That's what we need, somebody to look at the money and make the money appear and work for us in the way that it needs to. The Constitution will run itself. So I don't like it when people say he's not this, he's not that. He's what he needs to be, because that's what we need. Somebody that make business decisions so that we can make better decisions that provide more resources. And one of those decisions that need to be revamped is our health care. How are we getting health care? We cannot think that we have a system that's feeding itself. Let's just talk practical here. We have a system that is feeding itself. From the prison system, what is their diet in there? What are they eating? How many percent, if they let 90% out every year between 35 and 43, how many of that 90% is getting out with health issues and a brown bag with a 2 week supply of medication? That's what our focus needs to be on. And then how many of that percent is getting out without the intel to be able to get a job? This is very important. So if we look at that and say, oh my God, she's right. Yeah, I'm exactly right. And it's overwhelming if you don't have a plan. But if you have a plan, it's not overwhelming because a system does it all. It gets our health care under control and it provides the resources that we need. You cannot let somebody that's been in prison for 30 years eating honey buns every day, that is just dumb. Out of prison, not knowing how to eat, not having no resources, not having nowhere to stay, not having a support system. Come here. Slap who's ever doing this. That's not working. But if you take it and say, okay, we have this in place, we changing the diet in prison. Perfect. Perfect. We're changing the education in prison. Perfect. So with doing just those two things, we're reducing what we don't want to see in the community by building what we do want to see using artificial intelligence and educational programs that are built around artificial intelligence. Then we're linking that to healthcare because healthcare says you don't need to eat this today. This is what you need to eat based on what your body is producing on these results. And because you think about it, the county, I got $3,000 in food stamps this month because I got 8 children. And what are you buying in the house? And what are you giving those kids to eat? And then what is your mental, you know, what is that like? And so what does that contribute to healthcare? And that's important. So anyway, I have been looking at this screen for too long, and uh, um, so after that, I think what it is that um, it's simply about making choices and that'll lead us in where we want to go, and that's what I want to do in this month. I want to focus on that. I really want to pay attention. I was happy this morning. I mean, I woke up and the Lord had just put Brussels sprouts. Those will be good for you to eat, and maybe some grilled chicken or some, Brussels sprouts and something else. And I was even watching in my mind, the Lord was giving me this wonderful idea of cooking them. I've never cooked them before. And I just saw myself with a little bit of garlic, a little bit of lemon juice, a little bit of vinegar, and just let them steam, and then just no salt, a little bit of pepper, maybe a little bit of onion salt or something like that. But just to let them steam, maybe steam them in a little bit of broth would be good. I never ate them before, but I was excited about cooking them. And I was like, oh, I wonder if I could do grilled Brussels sprouts. That would look good. And just eat those and then or wrap them around turkey bacon. That would be good, and put them on skewers. That'll be good. Little little short skewers. That'll be good, and wrap them around some bacon. That'll be good. Thought about that. Then I thought about maybe putting them over a bed of rice pilaf. That'll be good. Maybe bacon with some cheese. That'll be good. So I just wanted to like do something different because I'm tired of like just eating stuff and make these people don't eat what they're serving, and that makes them a hypocrite. The owner of McDonald's don't eat his own food. No one does. The owner of KFC don't eat there. The owner of the Chinese place don't eat there. They don't eat their own food, and we be eating it every day, making them rich. And they don't live here. They don't talk to us. They don't help us. They don't give back. Why do we keep doing that? And I'm just like, I don't want to do that no more. I'm not saying that I won't. I'm not saying that I ever won't eat there. I'm just saying to just when I look at my budget and I'm looking at my places where I done been to eat, no, I decided I want to cook today. Or I decided I wanted to do this today. And I wanted to just be more health conscious to what I'm eating. Cause I just think that that's not smart. So let me see. I think that I'm gonna go back and write and um let me see. I'm trying to make sure my video is on. Yeah, so I'm gonna go look at TV. I think I'm gonna leave that on. I can. Okay, now let me see what I'm gonna do for tonight. All right, how do I want to spend my night? I heard Kardashians got a new season. I haven't seen it, but I wanted to say I hate to really follow that because I believe in that their new seasons that the law have some manipulation going on with that. That I don't really see it at the right time. That is a new season, but I think they play with me on that because I don't ever see no. The Kardashians have a lot of advance warning that they new seasons is coming out. And I don't be seeing that, and then it just pop up in one day the new season on. That new season was probably in 2024 in November, and you're just seeing it, and they'll be done rewinded the date. Mm-mm. So I had really had got off it for that reason only. It says season 6 of the Kardashian has landed, and here's everything you need to know. Where can I watch the trailer? Who stars? I love him. All right, here's okay. So when is it coming on? Okay, it premiered on season 6. It premiered on February the 6th. But I don't see the shows. It would tell me the names of each show, and I don't see that.
loathsome pestilence.
Mm.
He shall cover thee with his feathers, and under his wings shalt thou trust. His truth shall be thy shield and buckler. Thou shalt not be afraid for the
My
terror
feet
by
is
night,
so cold. It is so cold in this house.
for the arrow
They do me
that
so
flieth
wrong.
by day,
Alright, so
nor
episode
for the
1.
pestilence that walketh in darkness, nor for the destruction that wasteth at noonday. 1,000 shall fall at thy side, and 10,000 at thy right hand, but it shall not come nigh thee.
I don't
Only
even
with thine
have
eyes
Hulu
shalt thou
on here.
behold
I took it off.
and see the reward.
Oh, it's so cold in here. I don't even have Hulu. I don't even have Hulu. I don't even have Hulu. Let's see. Do you download it here? Wait, I have totally forgot. How do you get that on here? Oh, no, I think that's gonna say. Nope, that's for games. Apps. I don't even have Hulu. I don't even have Hulu. Oh, let's see. Find more apps and games. Go to Play Store. I don't know. If I get it, if it comes on, it comes on. Last time it was so annoying. Always had a problem. Let's see. I'm freezing in this house. Open. Okay. So it opened. Sign up. Oh, Lord. Oh, Jesus. Wait a minute. If I put. This is so whack. I don't think that you should have to do this at all on my TV. Mm-mm. ST. Wait. What's the STU? This is way too much. Look. At. Where's Gmail? I don't see Gmail. to do that. No. I don't know. It says I'm not eligible for a free trial because I already had one. And I don't want to use my email from my TV because if I put my card on there, then the law will take that card and put it on. Nope, I'm good. I'm good. All right, now let's see. Find me something to look at.
When it's saying, do not leave that in the vehicle.
All right. Let's see.